What?
I don't know. Now!
Hi there, folks. Now my microphone's working. Welcome to session 40 of Fathoms Below. I am, of course, your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest here on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. And with me today, we've got my lovely and beautiful cast. Minus one lovely and beautiful face. We have got Just Kyle. That's the wrong direction. Oh dear, gods above. What is...
You good?
Yeah. For some reason it's playing. I can hear...
What?
I can hear myself playing for some reason. I don't know why.
Is it in the TikTok or the Twitch?
I don't know. I don't know where that's coming from. Never mind. We'll deal with that later. Anyway, we've got Just Kyle, we've got Selkie Cove, we've got Lawless Aries Cosplay, and we've got that one Warlock. Unfortunately, we do not have our lovely Madness Diamond today. They're feeling a bit poorly. They're a wee bit peely-wally, so they're going to be having a wee day of rest. So, Diamond, we love you dearly, and we hope you feel much better. And yeah, that is that.
The kills will still count.
Of course you would say that.
Of course they would. Hey, Diamond's the one keeping score.
It's very fair. It's
Well,
very
it's
fair.
the only chance you've got to actually get over on them, so...
I killed the big things in 2 or 1 hit.
You did indeed.
But they get more kills than you.
Speaking of big things, on World Tree Quest, we are still recruiting for our awesome, fantastic, amazing, tremendous Dark Fantasy Dragon Age campaign coming up. If you like Dragon Age, you should apply. If you like Dark Fantasy, you should apply. Please bear in mind when you apply that it is in fact Dark Fantasy, therefore will have dark themes. But yeah, you should go and check that out. If you go to our Twitter and go to the pinned posts, you'll see a lovely little application form. If you click on that, it'll take you to a form, at which point you do the typey type and fill in the boxes, and then you click submit, and then at some point I will read it and go, I like this, and I will reach out to whoever I like. I am looking for, I will confirm this, I'm looking for 3 people, because I've already picked 1 player. Stop right now, thank you very much. So yeah, that is that. I don't know what else to say on that one, so I'm just going to move swiftly on. Guys, can anybody remember where we ended last? Or actually, no, not where we ended. Guys, what the fuck happened last session?
Nothing bad whatsoever.
Nothing bad ever happened to the Kennedys.
I mean, one of them died, Tom. Like...
No, nothing bad ever happened to the Kennedys.
I'm going to move swiftly on from that one and help out with
course.
the recap. Absolutely.
Yeah, what a lovely weather we're having today.
Indeed. So Archie got a little bit of face paint upgrade, as far as I'm going to call it. I have an idea what it is, and I'm terrified of it. It's going to be fine, I think.
Absolutely fine. There's nothing to worry about.
Indeed. Luce has finally discovered that not only do they have parental issues, but they have ancestral issues in the fact that Atalan is one of their ancestors. Diamond, the player, has worked this out. I don't think Luce has yet. Don't worry, we'll find out in due time when we see them next. Feather and the wonderful, the stoic, the best of the best Marisol have had their library date cut short. And by cut short, it's not even happened, because Echo's currently in the sewer messing with people, specifically people from their past. And once our wonderful Warlock Ariel let the party know, everyone, to varying degrees of speed and, shall we call, comfortably moving Ariel, have now decided to come and save, or at least very much help Echo. We found Echo currently in a 1v7, my brain is saying. The Doctor, the Kraken. Don't worry who the
6.
Kraken is, folks. Is it 5 mercenaries? I thought it was 6.
No, it was 4 mercenaries carrying the thing, and then no, you're right. It is 7.
Yes.
Five mercenaries, 4 mercenary soldiers, specifically being 2 deep elves and 3 deep elves, 1 Cicalia, and 1 dragon turtle.
Yes.
Fuck. I just pulled the D6 out of my chair.
Nice. That's lucky? Question mark?
Maybe.
Treat it like coins?
Maybe.
We'll find out. Where was I going with this?
I mean, it rolled a 4 and a 5.
Oh yeah, Echoes decided to play the spooky game and just start messing with them. And then Echo, for the first time in history, this has totally never, ever happened before, got baited into fighting people. And currently is paralyzed with a Kraken holding on to it. The Doctor has we will call it for lack of better versus broken jaw. I'm not sure how a sword breaks your jaw without taking it off, but I did it. And Marisol, I believe you have got all the chaos prepped and ready. That's what my brain says. I think you've got things cooked up. Ariel is there.
Yeah, I don't.
Doing. I think you started your weapon prep. I could
Yes.
be wrong.
Yeah, I've drawn weapons.
And Diamond is now nowhere to be seen. I'll get all the kills. Way. But that is my recap. If there's anything I've left out, please, my wonderful players, do let me know. And if no one else, please go watch the previous videos. Supporting the channel is always great, and you get to see all the fun chaos.
Especially go watch for a very intense scene that Silky did so very well between them and the Doctor.
Such
True.
an amazing interaction.
So good. So good. No, we're perceiving you, Selkie.
You are perceived. But yeah, that was a pretty perfect one. We were already in combat. We are at the top of round 3, guys. So, without further ado, straight back into it. It is the Abomination's turn. At the top of the initiative order, the Abomination, as a reminder, the Abomination currently has, and I just looked at my notes, I do apologise, but you guys were in fact correct, not paralysed, restrained. Not paralysed, restrained. So it does currently have an echo restrained in one of its tentacles, after having gripped, whacked, and then bit Echo, bringing them to the 0 hit points of their current wild shape form. It snapped them out of wild shape. Yeah, you were brought down out of your wild shape form.
Echo dropped it.
Dropped your wild shape form.
Also, the reason Echo is paralyzed is not the Kraken.
No.
What the
There's
hell?
electricity.
Electricity.
Right. You were restrained, and that was why you ended up paralyzed, because the electricity and the disadvantage. Right, cool. I knew. So in my head, I was like, I've got written down restrained, but I knew in my head I was going, I'm sure there was something. But okay, cool. Right, okay. Well, in that
We got
case,
you, buddy.
In that case,
Because they have this round left of that.
So in that case, attacks are going to be advantage as you are floating paralyzed. They were going to be advantage anyway because of the grip, but attacks made against you at this point, if they are melee attacks, will be critical hits as you are paralyzed. Okay, so we're going to go straight into it. Let's get the dice out. What will our dice of choice for today be? I think we're going to go with the oil slick green.
I'm gonna curse them.
The other thing I want to remind you of, though, for the creature holding on to Echo in particular, is it can feel everything that Echo can feel.
Ooh, that is a spicy meatball.
So it feels Archie. Or Reeve.
No,
No,
Oh.
that's
not that
a
way.
other way thing.
Oh, I was about
So
to go,
it
oh
can
my
feel,
God.
it can feel the confusion. It can feel the conflict. It can feel the anger, the grief, the pain, all of it.
I am very glad glad you told me that. Sorry, give me a moment. I dropped dice.
Take your time.
I'm glad I also know this because that's a spicy cocktail for me to think about.
It's also something that I get to play with. So
There's also one more for both of you.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Because
no.
that other one in the back of everything else is affection.
Oh.
Dagger!
That's
Dagger,
truly
do you want to
spicy.
bless us with a meow?
Bless.
okay, so
He walked away.
now that I have the dice out that I'm ready for, and I've got my box filled up, and I've picked up the dice that I dropped. ADHD makes for fumbling hands with small things like dices. Okie dokie, cool. Let's make this roll. So we're going for the multi-attack. So, attacking the first attack. Oh my god, double sevens on an advantage. So that is a total of 14 to hit you, Echo.
No.
The first tentacle does not strike. The second tentacle.
I need to check my AC just to be sure, like, no.
Okay. The second tentacle is a 16. 16 to hit.
No.
Okay. As both tentacles missed, it does not get its bite attack. Has to hit with both tentacle attacks to get its bite. So, in the midst of this paralysis, this abomination raises these two tentacles and tries to smack down on you, but via interference in the way of being caught by stray attacks or just being plainly distracted by the overwhelming surge of things flowing through this creature's body, the attacks go off kilter and completely miss you. At the end of its turn, I remember the wording now. At the end of its turn, it's going to go to Ariel. Marisol, you are on deck.
Okay. I'm. Fuck. Have we established that we are hitting this thing? More interest.
Well, considering the fact that several bits of damage have been done to it, I'm assuming so.
Okay. I'm gonna do a called shot.
Okay, so you're using your full action to make an attack, which, if hit, will do maximum damage, but the attack is at disadvantage.
I mostly. No, I didn't. Well, my called shot is I'm gonna try and cut Echo out of the tentacles.
So you're aiming to. This will be counted as aiming at an arm. As
Okay,
you're trying to cut something that's holding something, it will count as an arm. So by all means. So first off, the attack is made at disadvantage.
Do I have anything to do that? Nope.
Remember, no matter what, it is disadvantage.
Yeah.
Doesn't
Okay.
matter what you add to it, it's always a disadvantage. Roll to hit, my friend.
Wow, double 14s.
Always good.
So
What is with the doubles?
I don't know. So that is a 19 to hit.
19 well hit. So you will do the max possible damage for that attack. That is your full action. And then I need you to roll me a d6. So that's 10 damage in total.
Yes.
And is
'Cause it's-
that magical damage?
Yes, because it is my pact blade.
Fantastic. Now I need you to roll for me a d6.
Come on, Dad. Jesus. 6!
You slice down, and this blade of yours that you wield, now enchanted with this new magic that is bolstered from your pact, it slices down, and for a second you almost think you've missed before you see that fine mist. It's like a oil slick green kind of mist float from the limb, and the limb is severed.
Okay, and Echo
Echo-
is free?
Echo is will no longer be affected by the restraint, but until Echo's next turn, they'll still be affected by the paralysis. But as soon as you come out of your paralysis, you will not be under the effects of the restraint.
Alright, then with my bonus action, I'm going to look at Echo, and I'm just going to say, you're better than them. Show them how better you are. And I'm going to give you a bardic inspiration.
Woo! We love
So
a
you have
bardic inspiration.
So you have a d6 to add.
Fantastic. Is there anything else that you would like to do with your turn there, Ariel?
That is me, because I used movement to get to it, action for the called shot, bonus action for the bardic. So that be me.
Fantastic. Then we move on then to Marisol.
All right, I've got 2 questions just to refresh my memory. One,
Go
how
ahead.
close am I to everything that's happening?
So the enemy that you're closest to right now, because we ended Marisol, I'm feeling you were the last one to get down the tunnel into this room. So you're currently about 50 feet away from this abomination, which is currently at a huge size.
Okay.
Beyond the abomination, taking into account full distances, you are about 100 feet away from the doctor, who is looking fairly confident, and the mercenaries are sort of in the middle of them in a kind of gathered group in around about a 20-foot radius. Not to mention though, however, to reiterate again, there is a container in the centre of this group of mercenaries. They seem to be making some kind of delivery to this doctor, and not that the party's been made aware, but Echo is aware that that is the same kind of containment they used to use to transport Echo to work. So that is in the middle of them. So there's a large metal container in amongst these 5 mercenaries. But they're all within a kind of 20-foot radius, 75 feet away from you.
Okay, so basically to do anything, I kind of need to get closer. So I am gonna take my movement to get up to as close as I can to the abomination, and then I'm gonna do spiritual weapon to get that attack off.
Fantastic. So you move your 30 feet?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you move up 30 feet, you're now 20 feet away from the abomination, and you drop in your spiritual weapon. You drop in this. Remind me, it manifests as a scythe?
Yep.
Yeah.
A scythe made out of broken pirate ship parts.
So you manifest this scythe that comes tumbling from the sky, like cartwheeling over and over, and embedding in the air next to this creature. As part of the summoning of that, you get to make your attack roll with it, so feel free to make that roll just now.
Alright. $25.
25 will hit. Roll your damage.
8.
8 force damage that is, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Alright.
So
And
you crash
then...
this spiritual weapon into this creature, and you watch as the scythe strikes, but as it strikes, you notice it kind of... The skin on this creature it's almost like it statics and shimmers as the scythe strikes into it. It does recoil slightly, but not the way that an opponent would usually do when struck by your spiritual weapon, showing that this creature does have a resistance to force damage.
Interesting. Okay.
That's a rare one.
Good to know. Good to know.
Okay. So. I can only do one leveled spell. None of my cantrips would do anything, and I need to get closer to do any of the things that I would like. So I think that might be my turn.
Okay, if that's everything
Is-
for you. Sorry, what was going to be said?
I was just gonna say, isn't spiritual weapon a bonus action?
Yes, but spiritual weapon is also a leveled spell.
Right. You could use a dash action to get closer.
That's
do that.
right. You are correct. I'm going to use my dash action to get closer.
Fantastic. So you're using your dash action. You dash forward. So that would put you. You would have 30 feet more movement, which could put you right on top of this thing. As it is huge, even the 10 additional movement would still be within its attack space. So you could essentially be right on top of this flailing, monstrous kraken.
Yeah, why not? Let's go. I want to get to Echo to help them.
Okay.
If I can.
So you're now within 15 feet of Echo, unless you want to move directly into Echo's shared space.
Can I do that all on this turn?
Yes, you can indeed. So it would
Okay,
just be
then yes.
Okay, so your movement isn't directly forward to this thing. You move and you will get within 5 feet of Echo.
Perfect.
Okay.
I just realized it. Because of that, the three of us are clumped together. That's fine.
Well,
that's fine. Selkie, don't give that laugh. Stop it. Stop it. I won't cook for you again.
Okay.
Wow.
Dare.
Guys, we have rules about PvP.
Yeah, you
called
agreed to
my-
the terms beforehand.
You called my cooking divine. How dare you?
How dare I what?
Break my heart like that.
Righty. So,
You'll mend it.
we are going to go to it is the mercenaries.
Yeah, they're being paid for this.
Oh yeah.
That's
Listen,
bad.
time to earn that pay.
So the first one that's going to go is going to be one of the Scalias, and they are going to around about the clumped up grouping that is Marisol, Ariel, and I believe Luce is with you guys as well. No, it's Reaver.
Wait, a little ways
It's
off.
Reaver.
No, I'm by the doctor.
They're both off.
Who's the group? No, shit, fuck, yeah, you're right, it's Feather. Never mind. So, yeah, with the grouping of Feather, Ariel, and Marisol, this Cicalia is going to splay their hands out.
Oh, burning hands.
And, no. Burning hands? No, that would be cruel. You're going to see 4 motes of inky blackness. And they're going to Eldritch Blast. Pew, 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 pew. One of them is going to be aimed at the... So each of you is going to take one, and the last one is going to be aimed at... 1 is Ariel, 2 is Marisol, 3 is Feather. That's a 2. Marisol, you're getting a double whammy. Okay, so, Ariel.
Yeah.
Your one is going to be a... 17 to hit.
Can I steal Luce's shield real fast?
Unfortunately not.
Damn. Meets it, beats it.
Okay, so that hits. Feather's one is going to be... that's a 4 plus 5, that's a 9. He might be a wizard, but he's a little bit tougher than that. That's not going to hit. Marisol, the 2 hitting you. 12 and 10.
No.
Wow. This is warlock bullying.
Yep.
It really fucking is, because they rolled max damage.
You
I feel
have
out of that. So that is going to be 13 force damage that you take, Ariel. Straight to the chesticles.
Nice. That made my hit points nice.
It made your hit points nice. But did it make them tasty? That's the one you really want.
I mean, depends on the person.
Fair play, fair play. Moving on, we're going to go to the next mercenary. The second Cicalia, who is going to, in a very... As they move towards this other Cicalia, joining their space, these essentially look like the Cicalia versions of those two twins from The Matrix 2.
Huh. Interesting.
And
I always thought they'd look good underwater.
And they're going to put their hand down, and as they move it through the water, this inky trail seems to follow their hand, completely encompassing their hand. And then they tense and lift their hand up, and as they do, they're going to cast beneath that same group black tentacles.
Counterspell.
At what level, my friend?
Well, it's a warlock spell, so max level.
What's your max level?
4.
And would you know Ever's black tentacles is in fact a 4? Immediately counter it. Fantastic. So they splay their hand out and they raise it up, and you see these tentacles start to wrap, and Ariel, you just flick with that flick of the wrist, scatter the magic.
It's holding the other rapier. I just look at him and go,
You guys can all see their face contort in fury as they lock onto you. Ariel, they're a little bit pissed at you now. Okay, after those two mercenaries, we now have Echo. Echo, the paralysis on you drops. You are also now not restrained.
that screamed the eels of war.
Yeah, so...
To
There was
everybody
a
watching
moment.
at home, I've been looking forward to this part. Echo, do it.
There was a moment where Echo had genuine pause on what they wanted to do. There was a moment where Reaver could feel that. Echo was conflicted. They weren't sure for almost the first time. Not quite the first, but almost. That's gone. It has been replaced by a bloodthirsty level of competitiveness that seems to have been stoked on by many things, not the least of which Ariel's bardic inspiration, because those were a particular set of words. So Echo going to wild shape. Echo is going to wild shape into, yeah, why not? The giant white moray eel.
Love it.
But of course it's not going to be normal.
Of course not.
Of course not. It's going to have venomous attacks. Its attacks are going to be considered magical.
Ooh.
It's going to have an unnatural voice, which we'll make use of in a moment. It's going to have natural armor,
Say more
so
words.
its AC is going to get increased. It's going to have multi-attack as well.
Oh, we love it.
It's going to be souped up as much as it can be. And as it grows in size in a painfully bone-breaking manner, Echo speaks, and Echo's voice does in fact echo all around in the cacophony that is their tone. We will never be second best. We will never be outdone. And so long as we draw breath, We will prove it. Run if you can. And Echo is going to go after the doctor.
Okay.
That is going to be... Can I have?
Can I ask a quick question, Echo?
Of course.
Can Reaver feel what Echo feels from the Abomination?
What do you mean?
So, there's this telepathic link that has been shown. They're now within close proximity to each other, and there was just physical contact between them. So there was a point where they were feeling Echo's pain and blah blah blah, and vice versa. Would Reaver be able to feel what's coming from the Abomination? No, it would just be Echo.
So, Reaver and the Abomination, while the Abomination was touching Echo, could both feel what Echo was
Right.
feeling.
Okay, so it would just be Echo that feels what the Abomination is feeling right now. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, unless the Abomination has the same transference, I'm only getting what Echo feels.
And
Right.
Echo's... Mhm. Echo's very much so using their insight at the moment, which is at passive 23.
Okay, cool. So in that case, so you're moving out of their combat range to get to the doctor.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Because you can feel them, Echo, you're going to feel that one of their other tentacles rise up, tends to go for an attack. And what's everybody's passive perceptions?
14.
Okay,
13.
right?
It is 14.
Okay.
Then
Ariel,
everyone knows
you're
Echo
not
knows.
going to notice it, I'm afraid. Reaver and Marisol, you will see it. You see Echo's form fire off, swimming towards the Doctor, and you see this huge tentacle raise up, and it's evident they could strike at Echo. They could reach out, grab, and drag them back, but then you see the tentacle stops. Echo, with your passive insight and the connection between you, you can feel an active choice. They choose not to attack you. Not a they ordered to, or not a they hesitated. They made an active choice to go not attacking. Please continue with your turn, Echo.
That is a 19.
A 19
hit
to
the
attack the
Doctor.
Doctor. Yeah, that's going to be a
You
very easy hit.
You should have advantage because I'm there as well, depending on how you attack.
It's all gonna be melee. I rolled a 19 again, so it's 19 both times. So the first attack is going to do...
All the doubles today.
Yeah, that is weird.
The first 19 wouldn't have hit for you, but the second one, yeah, that'll hit.
Mhm.
Then 11 plus. So that's 11 points of piercing damage, but it's considered magical. Plus, nice! 4 points of poison damage as well. And then second attack. It's an 18 hit.
On the Doctor,
Yes.
an 18 would, but after the first hit, the Doctor is going to cast Shield.
Okay.
You
Gotta be
also have
smart
Bardic
about it.
Inspiration.
Ooh.
The Bardic Inspiration, I believe, has to be used before I declare.
Oh.
So I've already
Correct.
declared he'll be using Shield, which will make it a fail, so you can use the Bardic Inspiration, but you do still have it.
Not a problem. So that one will glance off. But what Echo is going to do with the last bit of their turn is, instead of just sitting in front of the Doctor, they actively start coiling their body around him, not to restrain, but just to be that presence. The final things they say are, we won't be subservient to you, because we won't bow to lesser creatures. And turn slightly to face the rest of the party and go, the doctor is ours. But the other monster may be afraid. And that is where they will end their turn.
Okay. With Echo ending their turn there, it's going to move to one of the other mercenaries, this being this dragon turtle. This dragon turtle, who was next to the doctor, I'd already decided on what their motion was going to be, so they're coming for you, Reaver. This dragon turtle steps over this huge maul, and they do the whole, do what I call the lumberjack swing, which is where they bring it 2 hands on the haft of the weapon, they bring it round, and they slide this hand to the back, and bring the full weight of the weapon down on you. They are making a called shot on you, and they're aiming for, I'm going to call it your arm, but it's like your collarbone area. They're aiming to just bring it right down on like the big parts. So they're going to swing at you with disadvantage. That one is cocked. Okay, cool. So that is a grand total of an 18 to hit.
Hits.
It does hit. Okay, cool. I'm going to roll a
I don't
d6.
have my reaction anymore. Sorry, buddy. You got this.
We'll see.
So,
Here's a better question. I heard the word bloodthirsty being used. Who's going to be going out on my turn is my question, Tom.
there will be something that comes in for that, don't worry.
That was my worry.
Wait, what?
Uh-huh.
What?
We'll see.
I'm scared.
Should be.
I am. Don't hurt me. I saved Echo.
Okay, so they bring this maul down heavy on your shoulder, and you feel the parts of you feel like the bone and the small parts of wood and viscera and such that are holding you together from that megalodon's body. You feel them crack and tear, as essentially what's happened is your entire arm and collarbone and all that have just basically been shunted down about half a foot.
Oh, I know that feeling.
So basically what that does is, with the D6 roll I rolled a 2, so basically your arm is broken. You have disadvantage on melee weapon attack rolls that involve that arm. So if you were using like, 2-weapon wielder,
Yep.
you would have disadvantage on your second attack, or if you're using a 2-handed weapon, you'll have disadvantage on the attack. Okay?
Okay.
You can
Does that get
you can spend an action to essentially pop it back in place, snap the bone back in place, but it does take a full action to do it. Or
Cool.
you can just continue with the disadvantage on your melee attacks. It's your call.
The disadvantage, does that get cancelled out by stacking, or is this like called chop level?
No. This disadvantage can be cancelled out by stacking. So if you can give yourself advantage on the attacks, such as reckless
Moving
attacking,
then between echo.
or moving around, that would be seen as like as you go to swing, an ally bumping into them to make them stay in spot, or if you were to reckless attack, that's you forcing through the pain to keep hitting. There's a lot of ways we can thematically put that. So
Okay.
yeah, there's ways you can stack up so that disadvantage gets cancelled out.
Absolutely fine.
Okay. And the damage from that is going to be Maul is D6. Yeah. 2d6.
Yes.
So that is. Why is there saying? Oh, because they have. Right. Okay. Cool. So they have brutal on their character sheet. So theirs is actually 3d6. So that brings the total damage to
18 before adding your
they have their
stats.
modifiers. That's what I'm trying to add on. 23 damage.
Cool.
And that is their full turn because they used a cold shot. They do not get their multi-attacks. So that's their turn. So after that, we're going to go to... It would be loose, but as I said, I don't like piloting other people's characters. So we're going to silent pilot. What I'm going to do is I'm going to remove one of the other mercenaries from the combat. And we will say that they are locked in a wee combat off on the side. And we're going to go to the Doctor. Now, the Doctor is fairly limited because in case you guys don't remember, they can't use vocal components. So, bear with me a moment because I'm going to have to Google every single spell they have to see one that isn't vocal.
Depending on what you're viewing on them, if you hover over, if it says V, that's vocal on the hover over. So if it has that, you can't use it.
Yeah, so what I'm having to do is I'm having to look at the stat block and then I'm going to have to go to D&D Beyond and Google it.
Ah, okay, right. It's not on the online. Got it.
No,
Cool.
no, no,
I'm
it's
with
not on the D&D Beyond. Because D&D
Beyond,
Beyond is good and it's handy. But some homebrewing third-party shit is just amazing.
you. Correct. And also D&D Beyond will steal it.
Yeah, and they won't pay you for it when they steal it.
Correct.
So
Always read the fine print of the sites you use.
Okay, so we can't use that, which is unfortunate because that would be perfect right now.
Ah!
Can't
Good
use
job.
that. Damn, Daniel. They can't use any of this shit.
I know how to kill spellcasters. I'm sorry.
No,
You've
it's
done good.
It's fantastic. It really is. But damn, they can't touch anything. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna have to get creative with this. Alrighty. So what they are then going to do is they are going to use a. Oh no! Wait, no. No, they can do something.
No, they can't.
I'm fairly sure they can do this. I'm just going to double check this one thing. Bear with me a moment. Do I want to use that right now? That's the question. I feel like I have to, because otherwise they're not going to get to do anything. They are going to, once I just check this to be sure. No, they can't do that one.
Ray, I do one thing very well, and then the rest of my character is entirely RP built. I'm sorry. It's how I build characters.
It's absolutely fine, don't worry.
We love you for it.
Just casually doing 15 damage in Eldritch Automata in one shot. I'm sorry.
I apologize for that.
Live your dreams.
Oh, I do. I just kill things and go, cool. Back to the RP being silly little goofy guys.
Yeah, literally
goofy.
none of their spells can be used. None of them. Okie dokie.
Kyle, I love
then
you.
in that case, they are going to use their action to disengage. And they are going to swim up. They're gonna flee. Shit, that's all they can do. That's all they can do.
They're fleeing.
They've disengaged from you and they're running away. They're trying to.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Echo's doing that.
Yep.
Dude.
Because the only spells that they have. Yeah, the only spells they have that they can use are not combat spells.
Oh, this jinx is gonna be fun.
And as they're doing that, they're going to use they'll use what is essentially a bonus action to draw the only weapon they have, which they draw some kind of like small scepter. It looks. It doesn't look underwater. And that's the only way I can describe it.
Doesn't look underwater.
That's it. That's what they've got. That's what they can do. Like, they don't have a jock at this moment in time. So then after them, it's going to go to Feather.
Feather has hold first.
So I was going to say, can I check? Does Feather have haste on me from last session, or was it something else they cast?
Feather
on?
does have haste on you.
Cool.
Feather
Just in case you're about to cast like Hope, I'm like, hang on, don't fuck that haste off me.
Oh yeah.
Feather. Okay. So Feather is going to look around the room here, and he is going to place his hands together, and as he pulls his hands apart, these thin trails of this blackish green energy come from his fingers. And of this meeting area where you've got, like, you know, piles of butchered remains and body parts and blah blah blah, he's going to look, and you see him kind of calculate and go, and he goes, okay, and he throws his hand out, and each of these strings that come from his fingers pierce into 5 corpses, and then he jerks his hand up, and you watch like marionettes as these 5 corpses get pulled up as he uses Dance Macabre.
Hell yeah.
Yep, so these are going to be zombies. For thematics, and I will ask my party's permission on this, there is a stat block that I have here. It's the exact same CR as zombie, it's just called a drowned zombie. Do you guys mind if I use that? It's the same CR as a zombie.
Go for it.
No.
I just like
It
to
makes
keep it thematic.
I'm about to say, it makes thematic sense.
It's aesthetic. Do it.
Do it.
And as he does this, as it's a necromancy spell, his guise does drop, and you see the Lich's face, but there's none of the black irises. It is, it's, you know, it's not the Lich. And he's going to turn and he's going to look towards the other mercenaries, and he's going to speak a word in Abyssal. And you guys know that it's Abyssal that he speaks, because Abyssal was their origin language of necromancy, and he's going to say the words feast. And he's going to do that as his bonus action. He can command all of them with this same bonus action to follow this command, and he's going to tell all 5 of them to just jump on what this one remaining little mercenary. So you just see 5 zombies are going to descend on this thing. I'm going to roll their attacks right now. Where is...
Just in case it wasn't made apparent, Feather's hot.
I love how when Feather's just doing normal magic, you guys are like, yeah, that's kind of cool. Feather actively looks like a corpse and then does necromancy. Ha! Hot. And I mean that genuinely. I fucking love that. All about that shit.
Yeah. I mean, there totally isn't a reason for that.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Feather's also just hella high bait.
Correct.
Okay, so 3 of the 5 zombies are going to hit with their attacks. And they're going to do a stunning total of 18 damage collectively. Not bad.
For zombies, that's really good.
Yeah, it's alright. They all rolled fairly high on their attack rolls, on their damage rolls.
Which mercenary are these zombies going for?
So you have the dragon turtle who's currently fighting Reaver, one of the deep elves who is off fighting Luce, the 2 twins the two Cicalias who have not been attacked, and then you had the other deep elf who was just kind of standing with a spear ready to go, and the zombies all just kind of piled onto this one deep elf. So you guys just see this guy get buried under 5 zombies who are just pulling and wailing and blah, 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 blah. But that is Feather's full turn. At the end of Feather's turn, it's going to go to this mercenary who's going to get to make 1 attack. We'll see how he does against the zombies. Okay, so he's going to hit the zombie with a 20. Not a nat 20, a dirty 20. He'll attack with his weapon. So he strikes out with 2 hands with a spear, trying to skewer the zombie. He will damage it. You see the spear go right through one of these zombies as it jumps at him. It does 6 damage. The zombie is still alive and just kind of like pulling itself towards him through this spear. It's like that thing of the spear going through and they're pulling themselves further down the shaft of the spear to try and get to him, mouth continually chomping. And then we come to Reaver. You have haste on you.
Now, this is how you always should be with your DMs. I have questions that I'm concerned about the answers for, but I will play to how this has all been set up. There are 2 concerns in my head right now, Bran. 1, the mention of bloodthirsty as an emotion Echo is feeling.
Yep.
And 2, Feather gave the order in Abyssal, which Reaver understands, to feast. Is that a command to undead creatures?
No, so he is... So
I count as undead.
It technically was a command, but you are not under his necromantic control. So I'm going to say it's not going to work on that one. However, I'll leave it to you to decide if feeling Echo's bloodthirst would influence you. I'll leave that
smell
to you.
Blood.
Echo,
You've tasted blood.
Echo's moved away from the blood, so Echo wouldn't be able to smell or taste the blood right now. So, wait, no. No, you wouldn't be able to smell or taste blood right now.
No, it's others that I need to get sensations from. Cool, I get to stay as Reaver, the good ending.
Yay!
You unlock the good ending. Yeah.
Correct.
For now.
Haste action, very specifically haste action. I'm going to put the shoulder back.
Okay, fantastic use of the haste action. So there's a. It would be sickening if it came from bone, but this is the sound of like much denser bone being snapped back into place. You can hear the sound of flesh untearing, re-knitting itself back together as you shove your arm back into place. So that is your haste action used. You've still got your own action.
Bonus action, Hexblade's Curse. Let's load the cannon.
Let's reload the arms. Okay, so you are casting Hexblade Curse. What do you need from me?
Nothing yet. It means I now crit on a 19 and I'll do an extra 3 damage. And if I kill this guy, I'm going to heal. Mm-hmm. And because we have new people, let's show off Reaver's horribleness.
This is where that 200 damage comes from.
Reaction. I'm going to use Spectre mode temporarily, because anything that has been on my person for longer than a minute also becomes spectral. I'm going to put the Kraken Blade inside them and say, my turn. Drop Spectre and do 2 attacks with Great Weapon Master and have the advantage because of Echo. So, because Spectre, I have to have the weapon come out as fast as possible.
Hold on.
You fucked up.
Are you saber-toothing somebody? Like, when he's fighting Will.i.am and he waits for him to teleport but grabs his heart before he can teleport away and just hold... Are you putting your sword through someone then turning solid?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna DM roll this, right? You're gonna crit on an 18.
Okay.
Okay, I'll let that happen, because that's sick. So, for those of you who aren't aware, one of my favourite third-party systems is the Grim Hollow system. Ghostfire Gaming, if you're watching, this is the sickest use of Spectre I've ever seen in my life. They have different transformations in the Ghostfire, in the Grim Hollow books, one of them being Spectre, where you can basically shove your soul out your body, or you can turn into a ghost for a little bit. And that's essentially what Reaver is doing here. What are you... What roll to hit, fuck it, go.
Thanks for the 18, Bran.
Hey!
Fucking of course he did. Okay. So you
And the
crit
second
on that.
attack.
So you crit on that first attack, go for the second one.
18 total on the second attack.
18 total. Okay. So that's not an 18 rolled.
No.
Okay, cool. So the 18 total is going to be a meets it, beats it. Okay?
Okay.
But they are going to use their reaction on that to do the dragon turtle ratio thing. They're going to turn round. What?
Check the chat.
Check the chat. Check the chat. Bloody Butterfly Gaming gave you a nat 20.
Alright. So this gets doubled.
For those of you who don't know,
That's
you
two.
can use
Wait, no.
your channel points to gift this party many things. Anything from health to little bonuses to better treasure, or if you want to drop 10,000 channel points, you can give them a freaking nat 20. So Kyle, you've got 2 criticals.
2 crits.
Yeah.
2 crits.
Are you loading Smite into this?
Oh yeah. Yes.
okay.
You've been given
Oh
a
my
crit and
God.
you've got paladin levels. The question is not are you smiting, it's what level are you smiting.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Does Dragon Total count as fiend or undead?
Selkie's like, there's heat, it's getting hot in here.
Listen, you gave me the competitiveness.
I have the perfect thing for this.
Daddy!
Is the Dragon Total, because I just talked to you, I might have been confused with something, I don't know. Or fused with something. Is it undead or fiend?
What, this creature? So
Yes.
this is just a mercenary, this is not an experiment, this is neither. This is
Cool.
just a humanoid.
Oh good, I just needed to check the Divine Smite.
No, of course, understood.
3, 10. Anything else that I'm doing on this shenaniganery?
God damn!
Listen, I do one thing and it's killing things. Let me just mark all the spell slots off. Okay, so attack 1 is going to be calculator, because stay my brain here. 18 plus 24 plus 16 plus 13 plus 4. 75 before I roll.
So 75 is the maximum possible from both of these damage rolls.
Hang on, no, I forgot the fucking weapon thingamabie. That's another d8, so that's 83.
So is that for both attacks? Or is that just one?
That's 1.
Okay, so 83 is the max possible you can get, plus your modifiers?
Yes.
Okay, so 83 and 83 is going to be 166.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Cool. No doubt.
1, 2, 3d6. 1.
Just roll all the damage and just
3.
tell me the number.
Yeah, don't worry, I will. 4.
Remember, don't add your modifiers a second time.
Yep. Okay, so I'm now rolling 3d6 and 6d8, re-rolling 1s and 2s because of great weapon fighting style.
Great fighting style.
There's 3 1s and a 2. We love re-rolls. Okay, so on the first attack, that's 10, 20, 31. That's a 1, that's a 2, that's a 2. Those were all increased. Okay, so that's 10 more, 22, 31.
Oh, this is the great part of D&D, the math.
Listen, that's what I'm here for. 43 plus 6, 49.
So That is
So 166 plus 49 plus
215. Plus 13?
Yeah.
Okay. 228.
525,600 damage.
How's he looking?
So what's the total of that there?
226, I think Tom said. 228?
8.
228.
28.
So that's
It's a new
just
record.
That's just the roll damage. That's not including the max.
No, that is including the max.
Okay, so the 166 plus the roll damage from both attacks is a total of 228.
Yeah.
How do you want to kill him?
So, something I've been working on is, for those who don't know, Reaver's built with ship parts. Red one of a really cool race. I love what Brian's done with them. His hip bone is a wheel, specifically the crow's nest. So his great weapon thing is basically just him rotate spinning. So I'm just going to, with the first blade, take him in half. Second blade, vertical. So he's now in 4 equal parts to feed someone.
Beyblade. Let it rip.
You take this sword, and as you swing it round, you let your momentum carry you, and you bisect this guy at the hip. And then as it comes round, you bring it up and cleave down, carving through him. Viscera, flesh, bone and shell, like it was nothing. Carved right through it, and he just parts in 4, dropping this huge maul at your feet as he does so. He's out. Anything else for you, Reaver?
I will look at the Abomination and say, stay out of this, or else. And then I'm just going to point the blade at them. But I've heard Echo's order. But it's basically, Echo says no, so I'll listen for now. But try it, because I did see the hesitation. And that's my turn.
The Abomination is going to drop their wild shape. So they come into this form that unfortunately I can't show the people at home who are watching. I haven't got the screen set up for it. I wasn't expecting this kind of thing to happen, but I will drop it into our lovely little party chat what they look like. If you just bear with me while I get that.
Does it have to be a bear though?
Doesn't have to be. It's just, you know,
Okay, cool.
one of the many options.
Can I otter with you?
I'll allow the otter.
Speaking of bearing with you, I saw a Halson cosplayer and I got a wooden duck from him. It's great.
I know exactly which cosplayer you're talking about too, and they were. He was very hot.
So he drops into his I was going to say natural form, but
Natural.
long serpentine body, these large, what you would recognise, Reaver, after having seen Taito, storm ray wing manifolds attached to his back, folding in, and these large sensory organs on the side of his head, as well as like a dorsal fin, but like a dorsal fin if it was made from bone and exceptionally sensitive membrane, which pulses rhythmically. And they turn these eyes to look at you as you levy the blade at you, and their look is, there's no fear, there's nothing. If anything, you would say their look is quizzical. And they look at your sword, then look at you. And then, like a flash, they are right up in your face. Like, I'm talking like, despite being easily 4 or 5 times the size of Echo. They move like Echo, like they are quick. And they're doing it. Have you ever seen the movie Splice?
Yes.
Oh,
So you know when that thing like gets right up in their face and it starts those little jerky movements? It's looking at you like that, looking right into that helmet, and then it's just going to stop, pull back, and just say, "You'll never be able to understand them. You're not like them. You're inferior."
Oh, this thing's gonna die.
yeah.
And then,
Real bad.
And then on that, it just very, very lackadaisically drifts by you to go up the tunnel where you came down from.
Hey, Bran, is grappling an action as a reaction allowed?
So technically, an opportunity attack just means that you take an attack action. Grappling is just a use of an attack action. So I'm going to say I'll allow it.
Yeah, that's
How
that's
messy are you gonna allow this to get? Because Echo would want to use their reaction to intercept that.
Echo is like 50 feet away.
No, we're not.
Oh no! Wait, no! Reaver's next to you. So I guess if we were to take it using like Magic the Gathering terminology,
the stack.
Reaver is first on the stack, so Reaver's reaction would go, but your reaction would come in triggering after Reaver's reaction.
Yep.
So it'll go Reaver, and then if you want to react after that, it'll go from there. So Reaver, you want to make the grapple?
Yeah.
The messy little stack.
19.
19?
Oh wait, no, it's athletics. Hang on. Yeah, 19.
19? Okay, yeah, you grab them. And as you grab them, like the moment you do, they turn round. And their jaw opens like... Their jaw opens like a basking shark's.
Okay.
But it's very visible. Like, they turn and their face looks at you, and you watch as their jaw drops. But funnily enough, a lot of things where people say they dislocate their jaw, they don't. Their jaw parts here, and it opens out with a stretch in. So it does that, and as it does that, you see lamprey-like teeth inside their mouth. Easily 7 or 8 rows going all the way back, like, to the top of their throat. Another thing you'll see, I don't know if anybody's ever seen this creature. It terrifies me, but I also love its predatory apparatus. Have you ever heard of a bobbit worm?
Ah!
Yeah.
You know those big long things that just like shoot out like that? You can see them up here,
Yep.
and you can see as it's opening its mouth out, they're slowly extending.
Cool.
And it makes this horrible pulsing, screeching noise, like a as you grapple it. But that is your reaction.
Yeah, all it's gonna be is I didn't say leave. Not Echo your insight, I'm not gonna hurt this thing. I'm fucked off with what it said. But I'm not gonna hurt it till it hits me.
As your reaction has been used, I will say to Echo, do you want to react to this?
Yes.
Take it away.
So let me just double check a thing. I'm gonna describe to you first what they're going to try to do,
Okay.
and I'll kind of let you tell me what that would actually be, like, attack-wise.
Absolutely.
So Reaver's managed to grapple it.
Mhm.
It has opened its mouth. It is its thing. Echo's goal is to essentially do that thing where they're finding the weakest point along where its creature's grappled to, at full force, shove their body through. to break the grapple.
Okay, so I guess what I would do is I would just count that as an opposed athletics check, similar to as if it was a grapple. So, because essentially what you're doing is you're just trying to use force to shove your body in between them and push them apart. So, the Abomination is not grappling, so it will not be involved in this.
Yep.
Reaver will be the one who will be opposing. Now, the only thing is, as you're initiating the grapple, or as you're initiating the break in the grapple, you'll have to use athletics. Reaver, as it's you being shoved, I am going to say that it will also be an athletics check from you. Usually when you're the one contesting, you can choose athletics or acrobatics.
Yes, because the paladin's going to pick acrobatics.
I know, right?
Can I use Bardic Inspiration here?
You certainly can. It counts as an attack roll.
Perfect. What is the amount on that?
I believe...
D6.
Ariel, yes,
Six.
D6.
Huh. Nice, okay.
Roll high, bud.
What are the numbers? I got you.
So you got me a 5. I got a 24 total.
You win. 17.
Okay.
Damn.
The grapple is broken.
So all it is, very much so, Echo doesn't open the mouth, doesn't do anything along that. It is just them ramming into both Reaver and kind of the Abomination as well, shutting their body through to make sure that the creature is let go. And Reaver feels... It's not a spike of protectiveness. That's not quite what it is. The best way I can describe it at the moment, for lack of the actual term that I'm looking for, is taking away something's agency and freedom in that moment, especially something like Echo. After what was just said, that wasn't something that Echo could let slide. And that's what flares up, is that feeling. That's your action.
Okay.
Okay. So, with that, so it was not using a disengage when it was moving there. As you do, as this comes on, it comes into effect, the grapple is broken. This is going to be quite interesting because it's going to choose to hold its action. It's the only thing that makes sense for it to do here. It's going to hold, and I'm going to specifically state it's going to hold its action until it perceives a threat to itself. That's the wording that I'm using. I'm being very specific on that. But one thing I will give you is Echo. You can feel that kind of, as you push them aside and as you make physical contact, you feel the elongated coral snake serpentine part of their body twist and the bottom of their tail flick around, as it's almost like that pack tactic mentality. You are like them, they are like you. You're in between them and what they perceive to be a threat. So you understand this to be a completely primal, completely instinctual reaction of, they're like me, huddle up. and with its size, it's like it's looming over you. Like, Reaver, what you see is this thing loom over, eyes locked on you, this huge jaw, like these scythe-like mandibles are like protruding from its mouth now, locked onto you. But I've already said it's holding its action.
Subnautica Leviathan-looking motherfucker.
Absolutely. I wish that Hero Forge gave you the option to put in an expanding jaw, but unfortunately they don't. So from there, we go to Ariel. Your turn.
Okay.
It's not
Seeing-
chaos at all.
No,
No.
not at all. It's well-rounded and sane. Seeing as the situation around the main group is settled, big quotation marks there. I'm gonna dart towards the twins,
Okay.
and if I can get to the one that cast the Eldritch Blast, because I take it they're like right next to each other.
Yep, they're standing right next to each other. Very easy to get to.
Okay, I'm gonna take the hand that the rapier is in a reverse grip, and I'm gonna punch the one that cast Eldritch Blast. I'm gonna punch it in the stomach and cast and let the rune on my gauntlet flare up, and I'm gonna cast Inflict Wounds.
Oh! Okay. Casual dropping of my favourite spell.
Yeah. Oh, and it's at 4th
Oh,
level.
Never mind. I was going to have them cast counter spell, but you've said the level of spell, so I'm not going to do it now. Just in case it's seen as me cheating if I go, oh, they're going to use a 4th level spell slot. Never mind.
Also, this isn't technically me casting a spell. It's preloaded into the gauntlet.
It doesn't count. It doesn't matter. It can still be counter spelled.
Okay.
Okay, so 4th level. Inflict Wounds coming in. Roll to hit.
I'm gonna use my new dice that I got. That's plus 24 to hit.
24 will hit. And shield won't be able to help.
That's that's 10, 20.
So in the Fathoms Below game images, I dropped an image of the lovely Abomination.
Yes. Yes. Oh, that's metal as fuck. And that is 43 points of necrotic damage.
43 points necrotic damage onto the one that cast Eldritch Blast.
Yes.
Where is that stat block? Here it is. 43 points. Okay, cool, yep. So their entire body, you see these black veins from where you touch them with this gauntlet. These black veins spread out across easily 85% of their body, and their entire body tenses up as this necrotic energy rips through them.
And then, seeing that mode of tensing up, I'm gonna use my bonus action to, with my offhand, just slice across them with my other rapier. Because 2-weapon fighting!
Both weapons need to be an attack rather than a spell.
That is in fact true.
But-
you have to use both attacks.
Is it not just a bonus action for an offhand attack?
If you use the attack action, you can then use...
Understood. Then, with my bonus action, I'm going to call out to Feather.
Uh-huh.
1 second. Ma'am! Get off of that. Cat being chaos. I'm just going to call out and say, whoever needs help, make sure they get it. And I'm going to give him a Bardic Inspiration as well.
Fantastic.
And that will be my turn.
And that's your turn. Okay, after Ariel, it goes to Marisol.
Right, so basically all the mercenaries are still grouped together, right?
They are indeed, yes.
Alright, so I'm gonna get right up in there, and wouldn't you know, I have just the thing for this. It's gonna be Spirit Guardians at the 4th level.
Absolutely.
And so I'm gonna need all of them to make a Wisdom saving throw, DC 15. Tom's not included, because I can choose not to include as many creatures as I want.
Okay, so just to give you an insight as to who can be hit by this, okay? So the Dragon Turtle can't, he's dead.
Right.
The random one fighting loose can't, they're dead. The two twins, the two Cicalia, they can be hit. So can the one who's
Perfect.
currently being chewed by 5 zombies. Are you going to hit the zombies?
No! We need those.
Okay.
Well, we maybe don't need those that much, but
It's good to have them.
it's good to have them.
Cannon fodder, that's what they are, cannon fodder. Okay.
Imagine shooting zombies out of the cannon.
I mean, that's a great way for
And that's how Feather took levels in Artificer.
that's a great way to use the NPC catapult.
I'm just thinking of Threshers more.
What you do is you build the Grot Cannon from the Orcs Warhammer 40k, and you just load in zombies, fire them, they travel through a different elemental plane, and they come out on fire. For those of you who don't know, in Warhammer 40k, orcs make weapons that shouldn't work, but because orcs all collectively agree they work, because that's how orcs work. And they have a weapon called, a grot cannon? Or a grot launcher? And basically what it does is they load in a small goblin-like creature called a grot. They load it into the cannon and fire it, but it doesn't actually fire the grot. It shoots them into a portal, at which point they hurtle through a thing called the warp, which rips them apart, reworks them with demonic magic, and then they come out a portal roughly located where the gun was aimed, but except they're warped by demonic taint, on fire, and now kind of want to eat things.
It's the shock attack gun, and it can do much worse than that. It could fire you instead.
I'd say, it sounds like Echo would be perfect for that.
That is in fact the Thresher's Maw's cannon. It's just Echo in a cannon, they fire it, and just halfway through the trajectory, Echo just wild shapes. It's like,
Oh my god.
What are they loading? Some tiny 2-foot tall blob? Oh, that's nothing. That 2-foot blob suddenly becomes a gargantuan crab creature.
On fire.
Moving at perpetual trajectory.
Fire!
Selkie like, no, that's never going to happen. Also, Selkie
Listen.
looking up ways to become immune to fire damage.
We said we weren't going topside, but now, pirate
I mean, now
ship?
we kind of have to. I mean,
Guys, you can get pirate ships that move underwater. Just saying.
Okay.
bye.
Anyway,
You said it.
whose turn was that? Yeah, Marisol. So
Marisol was doing a bunch of damage,
yeah,
yeah.
you were. So
Yeah.
saving throws. What saving throws do you need?
I need Wisdom saving throw DC 15.
Wisdom saving throws from these two, who are both going to ace the saving throw purely on the dice rolls. 17 and 19. With their
Wow.
wisdom additions, that is going to be what's up?
The one that I just hit,
Yeah.
silvery barbs. Because they got my reaction back.
Yep, indeed. Can you silvery barbs after knowing the result?
Yes, you have to know the result. It's the trigger.
Yep. See, I knew there was one of them. I couldn't remember which one, but I know one is like, do it again, but before you've been told the result kind of thing. So, okay, cool, silvery barbs. So they were the
I believe
one,
that's luck.
maybe. So they were the one that rolled the 17. So whatever they roll on this d20 now is the one they have to take, for better or for worse. I wish, I don't know if you'll be able to see it. I'm going to move the camera to see if it can be seen. It can't. Right, so I'm going to lift it and you'll see that I won't rotate. Okay? The dice in full view, that's a nat 1, baby.
Double damage.
Woo!
So that is, no, it's treated like a crit, so that's max plus rolled.
Alright, so max for this, because it's a 4th level, is going to be 4d8, which is 32. And allow me to roll.
And I'm gonna be selfish and give myself that advantage.
That is going to be 15 on the die, so he is going to take 47.
Okay. What do you want to do to kill him?
I would love if, as my spirit guardians are these sort of like blue whales, but made out of sort of like jellyfish material, for lack of a better term. I would love if one's whole mouth just stretched open and just like whomp and then swam away.
That sounds completely improbable. And therefore I fucking love it. So yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Alright, and I still have my bonus action, so on the one that's not dead,
You
I'm
still
gonna
have to tell me
use
the
my...
damage for the other ones.
Oh, right! Do I roll separately for them?
No, so you just, so what was the damage that you rolled?
15.
15. Okay, so the other one, the one that has not been killed, this is the one who tried to cast Black Tentacles, they're going to fail, so they're going to take 15 damage, and our friend who's currently being nommed, they're going to beats it on that 15, 12 plus 3.
Alright,
So I believe that means that they will take 7 damage. They'll take half the damage?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll take 7 damage.
Yeah.
Is that everything for you, or are you moving on to a bonus action? Because you still have your spiritual
I
weapon
get...
up.
Yeah, bonus action spiritual weapon on the that's still alive. Let's hit that.
Listen, Echo told them to run at one point. They should have, like, at least tried.
They haven't had the chance to.
Yeah.
They did!
This is their first turn after they've been told to run.
Dragon Turtle had a turn.
Yeah, Dragon, like,
These all happen within the same 6 seconds. So Echoes went, "You should run," at which point this dragon turtle went, "What?" Got bisected.
Anyway, that's a 17 to hit.
A 17 to hit, fantastic. So the 17 is going to hit. And so you crash this scythe into this Cicalia who's just watched their sibling get swallowed by a yay big blue whale and swam away with into the nether. Roll your damage.
10.
10 damage.
Indeed.
Okie dokie. Is there anything else for you, Marisol?
That'll be all.
Okie dokie. We go to those mercenaries, and it goes to that one who's just watched their sibling get nommed. So,
That's hot.
they're gonna blow their stack. They're gonna blow their stack. They're gonna look at they watch as their sibling is taken away, and then they turn and look at you, Marisol. And they splay their hands and throw them out and gesture to you. And so they are going to use their action to cast a spell, and then they're going to use a bonus action ability they have. So, they are going to use their action. So they're going to cast Eldritch Blast at you. All 4 blasts raining at you.
Okay.
You just killed their twin, man. That's a sacred bond.
No, I understand. I don't have to be happy about it.
I mean, they also have me right in their face going,
Don't worry, we're going to get to that. That's an 18 and a 22.
Yeah, those hit.
Okay. And on the other two, Another 18, and this one is a 25.
Come on. Yes, those hit.
Okay, so that is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. So from those 4 blasts, you will take a total of 46 force damage.
Ouchie, wow. Alright, well.
Oh. I mean, doesn't matter anyway. Never mind.
And then the bonus action they're going to do is they're going to use Cacophonous Wail.
Mood.
And they are going to, in a 20-foot cone, scream. So Ariel, you just reminded me that you are right up in their grill. So you're going to be affected by this. Marisol, you're going to be affected by this. I don't believe anybody else is within that range. Oh, wait. I think Feather's just on the edge of that 20-foot. Yes. So Feather's also going to get hit. I need Constitution saving throws from all of you.
Feather has a bardic.
Feather does have a bardic.
I'm sorry, I'm not within 10 feet of you to give a +3.
You're fine.
Feather, that bardic's not going to help Feather.
Oh no!
Oh, am I about to get brain turned off for a second?
I don't think. Maybe we'll see the damage. Is that a nat 20 for you, Ariel?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So you'll take half the damage.
For a 23.
I got a 6
In total or on the dice?
in total.
Okay, cool. So you're going to take the full damage.
Yeah.
So that is going to be 19 thunder damage. Ariel, you will take 9 of that. Feather is going to roll, so that's going to be so 19 becomes 18, which becomes 9, so it's a 10 for the concentration check. You need to roll as well, Marisol, for your Spirit Guardians, to see if that stays up. So I believe I always get this mixed up. Is it a con save or is it?
Yes.
It is a con save, yeah.
Okay, so rolling for keeping Spirit Guardians up.
Feather's
Please be better.
So it's a DC 10 that you're looking for, Marisol. Feather's fine, he rolled a 13.
Alright, I rolled an 18, so the Spirit Guardians are fine. I'm
Guardians
just
is
in
fine.
hell.
But Feather is visibly rocked by this wave that comes at him. The other thing as well is, until the end of this Cecilia's next turn, you and Feather are deafened.
Ah, fuck.
That is their turn. They blew their stack. They cannot use that ability again until they have had a long rest. So it's going to go to Echo.
How fast can that doctor move?
40 feet.
Oh joy!
I know, right?
Creatures, I get to move 60. So
Indeed you do.
it's as the doctor starts running, like chooses to disengage and chooses to run, there is a bolt of adrenaline-filled joy that runs through Echo as they shine a brilliant gold color. And then they are off on the hunt after this man. And I think because they are in this adrenaline-filled frenzy state of the hunt, I'm gonna make this a call shot. Because
Okay.
they are going to try to zip up onto him and rip the head off as they go.
Okay.
Or the entire upper body. You know, it depends on the sizes.
Depends on how you're feeling.
Yeah.
The neck's getting removed. It's just what part is being held.
So which body part are you attacking with? Is it just a bite attack?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so called shot, rolling at disadvantage. Make your attack. Nat 20. We love to see it. So Nat 20 with a called shot. Is that double Nat 20s on that?
No,
Okay,
it was one Nat 20 and a 19.
Sweet.
Well, a rolled 19.
Okay. So it's still going to be a hit. So maximum possible damage from your bite.
Plus the venom. Bite doesn't do a lot. Their max is 20.
Maximum possible is 20. Okay, so maximum possible is 20. You grab them in your jaws and you bite down with these giant eel jaws. And I need you to roll me a d6. Now, you said you were going to try and take their head off, right?
Head, torso, just gonna try to drive by, remove an upper portion of them.
Okay, so head and torso are two different tables. So I need you to pick which one.
Yeah. Because of the removal aspect, probably the head.
Okay, cool. So roll me a d6 on the head.
That's a 2.
2. Okay, so you bite down and you do the typical eel thing, biting down, rolling, twisting with this, pulling them with him. 2 is not removal of the head. What you are going to get with a 2 though is as you clamp down and you twist and rotate, your fangs find their way into the eyes of it as you bite down. They are blinded as their eyes have been perforated.
They're blind and mute.
Not entirely mute, their jaw's broken. They can still
Yeah,
make
jaw's
noise. They just can't
See
form.
no evil, speak no
No
evil.
evil. But they can hear all the evil.
Would it be an action to have the rest of the movement that Echo has, just to like kind of have that little bit of follow through with the doctor?
What do you mean by the little bit of follow through? Like, you want to use the rest of your movement to carry the doctor forward 20 feet?
Essentially, because they were just booking it.
Oh, by all means, yeah, by all means. I mean,
Perfect. So-
this eel is huge.
Yeah,
Gargantuan?
currently.
Huge. Okay, so if you're huge, yeah, easily. They'll still be within your attack range. So, yeah, it wouldn't... Yeah, you can do that. I'm happy with that.
Awesome. And they're gonna use the last 20 feet of their movement to just full on follow through. And that's them done.
Okay.
There is the laughter, the giggling laughter that absolutely fills this underground space.
Okay. On that note, it would go to Luce. You guys are going to hear a fairly familiar roar, and as you turn, you will see that Luce has got the beard of Tooth hooked into this mercenary's neck, and she rotates and twists so that essentially, hooked like this, rotates round so that essentially she is back to back with her opponent with the beard pressing in here, and then she just pulls. I just punched my headphones off my own head. She
Don't do that.
yanks Tooth back so hard that it rips the throat. of the mercenary out, and he just floats aimlessly in the water as she has defeated the enemy she was fighting. It then goes to the doctor. Now again, the doctor can't do anything. They can't do anything that requires vocal or, at this point, line of sight. Now I need to read the wording on this item, so just please bear with me here. Because
Doctor, give me the news. I got a bad case of maybe
killing
you.
We'll workshop it.
No pills gonna kill you.
Gonna kill
You
you.
got
You got a
bad case of killing.
and we cannot be DMC'd because I have interrupted at this point.
We're also not singing the correct lyrics. So.
That's actually true. This is technically a parody.
Mm-hmm.
A
Exactly.
spoof, if you will.
A sploosh, if you will, since we're underwater.
well.
Technically, that's a kink.
Welcome to World Cheese Quest. We have fun. We have
fun
shenanigans.
here. We have fun here.
Oh boy.
We are very
Okay,
cursed.
it is just an action. They do not need vocal, they do not need line of sight to use this. So, the rod they have in their hand, they're going to use their action for this. The top of it is going to light up. And as it lights up, how would this perceive? Echo, for your limited way of perception, not limited, just different, the doctor starts to dissolve, evaporate, gradually disappear.
Base depth dimension or one of these things.
They are going to, it's an item they're using. It's an item that's being used, and I will say it's not casting a spell.
I'm out of spell slots, so I can't counterspell it anyway.
You couldn't counterspell it anyway. It's not an activated spell. It is something that this item can do. I will say this. Echo. They extend to you the offer to come with them.
How?
I will not say until they have left. The item they are using allows them to transport along with any other...
No, how would they
No,
make the
how
offer?
do they communicate that?
You are touching them.
Close enough.
They're touching, you're touching them, they're touching you. They know your capabilities. They made you. So they are aware of it. They are aware of how your touch-based telepathy works. So in your mind, you hear them offering you to come home.
I don't like that look.
There is this weird sense of being like somewhat conflicted again that Reaver gets. And since the doctor's also touching them, the doctor feels that. The doctor can feel that they're going back and forth on it. That it's an actual struggle for them.
And as they sense that, they're like, we understand you. We don't fear you. We don't need to... you don't need to be a tool to them. You can be you can have a purpose. You know, they're feeling your uncertainty, so they're like, you know, they can never understand what you are. They can never understand the heights which you have been brought up to. They can never be your equals.
Man, I hope our conversations help out here.
Yup, same. I believe in you.
So, as this is being communicated, there are points where Echo leans more towards going, and versus feels pushed away. When they're talked about not being feared going home, they actually lean further back from going home. But when they hear about not being a tool to them, they lean further into it.
Come on, my little chompy boy.
Fuck. If Echo goes now, then it's probably them out of the game for a little while too, at least.
Depending on the action taken when they arrive at the place, it would certainly be a discussion of perhaps a character being used, another character being used, or Echo making a particular move when they're there. There would have to be a discussion.
What is the other creature doing?
They would still be in the room, so you would be able to see them. They're
Dancing over me, if I understand.
so yeah, they're still nearby Reaver, but Reaver, you would see at the point that Echo is offered that, their head snaps away from you, their jaw, like within like a blink of an eye, it's like all back up as they're now looking at you, Echo. This is a very interesting moment because one, this decides a path for Echo, but it also decides a path for this particular creature.
Okay. Genuine question.
Okay.
We're at about a point where we take a break anyway.
Yeah, we are. Would you like to go to break now? We're going to go to our 15-minute break, and when we come back, we'll see if we have an Echo or if we don't. Don't go anywhere, folks, and we will see you after the break. Wow. Damn.
Stress!
Stress indeed. Hello there, folks, and welcome back to part 2 of our lovely little session of Fathoms Below. Now, in case you're just joining us,
Which I'm sorry if you are.
Yeah, we're so sorry if you are. You're about to be traumatized. Selkie, you have a choice to make here. Is Echo going to go home?
So after observing the Abomination creature as well, and after having the doctor have made an attempt at convincing, Echo turns their attention fully to the doctor. And it's in an interesting tone and register because they're a huge creature, but their voices get softer even as they echo around. We want you to make us better. But I can't. And Echo is going to ever so slightly pull away. I made a promise. But I will find you.
Is that, just to be clear, that is a no?
That is a no, and the wording was very specific.
Okay. Then as you give your answer, their action will resolve. And you feel nothing between your jaws as their entire form is teleported. So is the last remaining Sicalian twin before they are killed. However, he leaves behind the guy getting chopped. And at that point, we exit combat. As the combat resolves itself, and the only sound that can be heard now is just the slow chomping and tearing, and the screams fading into gurgles of this last deep elf who is at this point all but dead as 5 zombies chew on him.
Is the Abomination still here?
I was just about to say the Abomination has not left.
Is it still stancing? Does it go back to stancing on me, or?
No, just how do I put it? The moment the Echo was offered that choice and they started to contemplate it, you ceased to exist. They're now just floating, watching Echo. As combat comes to a resolution, what would you guys like to do?
Ariel's gonna swim up to Marisol, and I'm gonna dump 2d6 of healing into Marisol.
Much appreciated.
That's 9. Okay. That's 9 points of healing to you. Yeah.
Nice.
It is concentration. Okay. Can you remind me, Bran? It was 23 damage from the mace? Because there's something I realized I've not rolled for the con check on.
23 damage from the maul, yes.
So that's cool. So I passed the con save. So I still have expeditious retreat up.
On that note as well, just very quickly, just to get this done out of the way, Marisol, as you're healed by Ariel, Feather is going to approach as well, and he'll fill out the remaining health. He's going to cast life transference because it's the only way he can heal, and he's going to put one hand on his chest and he's going to put one hand on your shoulder, and you watch as this energy pulses through his arm along and up. So he's going to take 4d8 damage. It is necrotic, so he'll take half of it. So while I'm doing that, Kyle, please go ahead with what you were going to say.
I was just checking about how much speed I have. How far away is Echo from me right now? At least 60, I know that.
I think it's bang on 60. They moved their full 60 feet away, so 60 feet.
Then I will clear the 60 feet in a second, in the sense of I can go dash, move, and bonus action dash. I'm going to make sure I get to them as quick as possible.
Okay.
And I'm going to try and find their face.
Okay.
And just be in front of them, silently waiting for them to speak, because I've just had this wave upon wave of confliction, bloodthirst, joy. Like, I'm just like, what? And I'm just not going to like push them.
Okay.
I'm also actively aware in the back of my head of that inferiority comment and that not understanding them.
Okay.
So, Echo, you're going to straight away know, because I'm assuming you also will have heard that. That's actively on Reaver's mind. But the priority is making sure you're okay with what happened.
Okay. Marisol, from Feather, you will gain back 38 life.
38, damn.
38 life. Okay, so Reaver, you've moved over to Echo. Ariel, you and Feather are now tending to people's wounds. Feather's just, doing the checkovers, and he's going to go and he'll do the same to Luce, give them a check over. As Luce was silent pilot combat, we will say he looks over a couple of cuts and bruises, blah blah blah, does that kind of shit. This place is now still. That is just a place full of empty, discarded bodies and parts of carcasses and limbs. There's this was also some place where they kind of disposed of them. There's like a large, as I described before, it was a very, very hot, warm room. There's obviously some kind of below seabed geyser that they used as some kind of incinerator. So that is there, but there's no other enemies and such here.
Did the elemental go with them?
I was just about to say that big metal box is still there because the rules of the scepter says he has to be able to see, or as I accept, perceive them. He could not perceive the elemental. Also, he could only take willing creatures.
I have a question.
Yes.
I have a fucky question.
Okay.
You very specifically worded perceive.
Yes.
And Echo blinded them.
Yes.
Could they still perceive the other allies?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, specifically, they could perceive the Sicalian twins.
Okay.
They would not have been able to take either of the
Deep elves.
either of the deep elves or the dragon turtle.
Gotcha.
Anyway, Selkie, is there? You'd asked about the elemental. Is there anything you want to do in line with that, or?
There's a moment where, when Reaver gets in front of Echo, they essentially do the underwater snort sort of thing, just the exhale.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very clear that as Reaver is perceiving Echo, Echo is perceiving Reaver. They don't speak. They don't do anything outside of sit there for a moment. And they turn, and it's not like a brush off. It's not like Reaver is being ignored. It is more like there are things they have to do first than anything else. And even as they turn and go, the entire time they move, a part of their body is in contact with Reaver until they're fully away and unable to be in contact anymore. And they swim down and they swim out in front of the box in order to see the elemental.
Okay. So you swim round, you bring yourself around until you can get to a point where you can see through this welded porthole. And this thing, and as you move to it and you bring your head up to it so that your perceptive capabilities are available, there is a creature in there, but you cannot discern its shape. All you can tell is that there is at least a heartbeat in there. There is something in there, but when you look into it, apparently this elemental is a blob perfectly shaped like this thing.
There's another exhale against the box. Before, in a simultaneous show of strength and of control, they attempt to use their jaws to open this box.
Okay. So it's like a metal box. So by all means, you can certainly make the attack roll and see what the damage will do. Do you have anything that gives you siege capabilities in this wild shaped form that you have?
Does it have any? So it's a metal box. So does it have any seams essentially?
It does. So it does have seams where evidence of essentially welding is evident.
So what Echo would be trying to do is place their jaws and place their teeth at the seams at the weakest points, and just using strength to push down.
Okay.
Into it.
Okay, understood. Yeah, in that case, make me the athletics check. Make me an athletics check, and then we will take the damage from there.
19.
Okay, 19 on the athletics. I'm gonna say that would be enough to hit metal. So now what I would like you to do is I would like you to roll me your bite damage.
Do I add the poison?
No, this is an
I
object
didn't
that's
think
immune.
so.
I don't think I can justify a huge creature. Despite it being magical, it's still just teeth. So I don't think I can justify the siege damage. But roll the damage and see what happens from it. And then I will roll the hull save.
That's not great. That's 14 points.
Okay, 14 points. I'll roll the hull save, see what happens. Okay. So you don't break it. You bite down and you can feel the metal like clamping and cracking down. But the fact of the matter is, even though you don't do an immense amount of damage, a crack is all an elemental needs, especially when they are a water elemental. So there's this crack, and then as this crack happens, you feel the pressure of something like doing this past your face. As something that is water, but also not the same as the water you are in, moves past you. And it will take on a humanoid shape. For those familiar with like the Star Wars universe, you might be familiar with like an alien race called the Twi'lek.
Mm-hmm.
The ones with the two things there. Essentially takes on a form and similar aspirations to that, except it does have like a very, very fluid appearance. This is an elemental creature type, but it has a humanoid form that takes, and as it takes this form, you know, like seemingly from wherever, like clothing manifests on it. Clothing very similar in the fashion to like what sea elves would wear. So, you know, midriff, shoulders, arms, legs are free for completely unrestrained movement. But there's no hair. There is two almost like tendril / tails that look like streams of water, which they don't really seem to have an end. They dissipate out into joining the sea. And as their face forms out of it, they speak kind of like as if they're always like kind of like minorly gargling in the back of their throat. So there's always kind of like a waterous sound as they speak. But I'm not going to do that because that's going to put some amount of strain on the back of my throat if I do that continuously. So, they kind of form out of it, and like they're kind of like, you know, pushing bits of themselves into place as they form, and they go, "So are you with the creepy people, or are you friendly? Because I am wondering where this all stands now."
Turn, and it's that full body, and then settle. It would speak for a while. It's just settled in front of them. We're not with the creepy people.
So then we are free to leave.
We don't see why not. Don't get caught again. You won't like what happens.
Okay. Thank you for the breaking and for the not eating. Anything else before they...
I could just have like a question for them.
Okay. Feel free to ask.
Echo's snout gets closer. How did you get caught?
Current was moving. We were distracted. Thanks very much for subscribing.
Love you, King.
I thought that was in character for like 0.2 seconds.
Current was moving. We were distracted. And then they come up with net, which is for the restraining. We are caught. They try to use us as bargain, but they do not know who they try to bargain with.
What do you mean they didn't know?
Elementals are not so much in caring with the parental responsibilities. They try to get help from father. Father is big elemental, so not really caring about one little drop in ocean.
Why did they need help?
Not in the knowing.
Did they do anything to you?
They poke and prod, try to understand. Not much to understand. Elemental is elemental.
Oh, you're lucky.
Sorry, repeat that.
Echo just said, well, you're lucky.
I guess you could say that. So, we can be leaving?
Very carefully. If you get caught again, if you get changed into something else, we may have to kill you. But you also may wish you were dead. So. Or maybe you'll fail. And just kill you right off the bat.
You're strange.
We get that a lot.
Okay, well... be seeing you.
Hopefully not.
David beat me to it.
And they will turn and... like, their body, like, elongates towards one of the exits until they are just a stream of water. Moving away. What would the party like to do at this point?
I have a question.
Go for it.
So the nom victims.
There's only one non-victim.
Well, there was one of the twins that got nommed by the spirit guardians.
Yeah, their body is destroyed.
Ah, well, damn. I was about to ask about that. I guess while the conversation is happening, loot that body. Loot that body now.
Okay, so you're wanting to go over to the just the deep elf that was there.
Deep elf, if it will be allowed. The dragon turtle bits. Nah. Just
Okay, roll me an investigation check.
yeah. Okay, that's not a negative. That's a good thing. Okay. 14.
Okay, so on a 14, you're going to find, their weapon and their suit of armor. So they are wearing scale mail, and their weapon that they have is they have a spear and they have a short sword at their hip. You'll find a small coin purse on them. It's not a lot. It's like it weighs out. Numbers out at about maybe three and a half gold. So 3 gold, 5 silver. And you'll also find a tablet. No, not a tablet. Fucking hell, not a tablet. You'll find a note. Scrap of paper.
What did you say the weapon was?
It's just a spear. A spear, and they also have a short sword.
Okay.
And as I said, the other thing you'll find on them is a scrap of parchment.
Can I read the scrap of parchment?
You can certainly try.
Comprehend languages.
You cast comprehend languages?
Yes.
Okay.
Hopefully this is not a cipher.
It is written in another another tongue, basically.
Is it Aquan by any chance?
No, it's not.
Okay,
It's not a
I'll
language.
try.
It's not a language any of you know. Oh wait, actually, will this count as a? Right. Okay. So here's the thing. This is what I'm trying to wonder here. See, comprehend languages.
Yes.
Would that work on something like Thieves' Cant?
No.
It doesn't work on
Thieves-
Thieves' Cant.
These count as mixed messages, ciphers, and codes. Comprehend languages specifically states that it cannot break ciphers.
Right. Okay. So in that case, comprehend languages will not work. That's what I wanted to just double check there.
Okay.
So comprehend languages, you cast it. With that, however, you are able to deduce that this is not a. It is written in a very, very specific manner. It's not written as a. It's not using an alphabet. It's using cryptic symbology. Cryptic, cryptid, spooky.
Selkie, it's right up your alley.
Hi.
Hi.
I can't read.
You are Echo.
Yes.
Where did I write that? Where did I write down what it was? Is it in here? Is it in this notebook?
I don't think so. Nah, they're mercenaries. I'll go.
There.
What's Reaver doing?
Waiting.
Yep, I figured.
Probably has picked up the mall at this point, depending on like the timeline. But waiting.
Yep. Whenever there's a chance, Ariel's just gonna be like, whenever you have time. Do you want to see if any of the stuff we were picking up from them is magic? No. Leave it at that.
Okay. Anything for the rest of you?
Also, did Reaver take any damage in that fight? Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
How you doing, buddy?
Surviving.
I
Is-
am able to heal Reaver, right?
Are you able to yell Reaver?
Heal.
Yeah, Reaver can be healed.
Okay.
how many hit points are you down?
Am I to give that away information to you?
We're outside of combat, so I don't mind outside of combat, because otherwise they're just going to sit and go, heal, are you full health? No. Heal, are you full health? No. And
Cool.
so,
30.
outside of combat, I don't mind.
I'll
30.
drop my last 2 healing light to help out.
I'll also give a healing word.
10 from me.
Cool.
12 from me.
I appreciate.
Yeah,
I still have my full lay on hands.
that's true. That's true. You do.
That's why I wasn't aspirated. I was like, I'm wanting to see if Echo needs to heal because that's where my heals are going, and then otherwise I'll just rebuild myself.
We
Is-
care about
is
you,
Echo-
friend.
Is Echo still a giant eel?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna swim over and give Echo a small pat and just. Whenever you are ready, friend, to. Come back. If you want to talk, we can. Not if you don't want to talk. But also, we should probably leave these sewers. They are close.
Gross.
That's actually what I was gonna say. Maybe we do this back at the house, since it's the closest thing.
When Marisol first comes over, there's a momentary kind of like jerk from Echo. That almost ends up in a chomp, but they tense. They stop. And Marisol gets kind of a... You're all aware they do have the ability to speak now. You've heard it multiple occasions, but you just sort of get some grumbling from them, and it's not humanoid grumbling, it is monstrous grumbling. But they don't seem hostile.
That is fair. Echo is having a tough time.
Echo will then snake around Marisol and around Ariel and around Feather and Luth, and essentially just kind of bob and weave in between everyone until slightly coiling, if not like wrapping, around Reaver for a moment, but keeping their head pointed towards the Abomination. Not hostile at all.
Okay. They have not moved.
Hello?
They will turn their head and look at you. As you speak to them, Marisol, they don't answer, they just look at you.
Are you friend or foe?
As you say that, Echo, the Abomination, is going to turn and look at you as if looking to you for the answer.
There's a moment of surprise that Reaver very clearly feels. And then it's like a part of them relaxes. Being, like, from being looked to in that manner.
Mm-hmm.
And they will give a little, like, nod of their head of, like, yeah, friend.
Then the Abomination will look at you, Marisol, and say, "We are friend."
Okay, friend. What should we call you?
You call us... And they look to you, like, confused. They're like... They are... Their name that they are given is the command that they are given. So they look and they just start rhyming off words like, you call us hunt, eat, dispose, kill.
Echo is actually going to interject at one point and is going to go, Kaylin, your name is Kaylin.
I'm gonna make a roll on them for that. Should we do it?
Pretty well.
They'll turn and look at you on that one and Echo, and they'll say, "We don't understand what this means. Can you teach us?" But Echo, you understand that what they're saying is like, we don't know what you're telling us to do when you say Kaelin. Can you show us what you're telling us to do?
Echo will inch forward a little bit and will lean their head down to be more at the Abomination's level.
Okay.
You don't know what to do because it is not a task. It's a name. Only a name.
They think on that, and then they go, Kaelin. We are Kaelin. And they just kind of sit with that, just like they don't say it as in like some grand resounding thing. They state it as a very simple fact. You have told us we are Kaelin, so we are Kaelin. It's not like again, to reiterate, it's not like a resounding moment of, oh my god, I've learned to it. It's like a simple acceptance. You've told us who we are, that's who we are. Okay, cool. And then they just, their body language becomes very, very passive. Like, for somebody who a moment ago was quite prepared to rip all of you apart, they've now become incredibly comfortable to the point of almost ludicrousy to be around you all. They're just like, you know, Reaver has got an open shot here to kill. This creature is just like...
In theory, yes. No, he does not.
Yeah, what I mean is they are making no moves of defense. There's no tension. They are just like, okay, what we've been ordered to do is now done. Therefore, that's us.
Aelin, do you have somewhere you are meant to be?
Again, they're going to turn and look at you, Echo.
Echo's gonna take a passing look at everyone, Reaver included, and just gauge where everyone's at. This is where insight is going to come in. Not even necessarily just with the Abomination, definitely with Kaylin, but also in general.
Okay. I guess I would say to everybody: is everybody trying to hide how they feel about this right now, or is people's body language and such fairly open?
Mine's fairly open.
Okay. So then, Marisol, how is Marisol about this Abomination, who again, a mere moment ago, was on his way to ripping this party apart, and now is just kind of like, this is where I am now.
I mean, extremely cautious. Like, she doesn't want to be too harsh or too judgmental. Because obviously they've met Echo, and Echo was rather scary at the beginning, but now Echo has become a very important part of the crew. But also, you know, she doesn't want to end up putting everybody in danger by trying to include this creature in our ready to pounce according to anyone who tells it to pounce. She's also just confused as to what exactly is happening and what is best, and concerned for everyone around her.
Perfectly reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
Reaver, it's always kind of hard to read your expression, so we're going to have to go based on body language. Is your body language easy to read, or is there going to be an active insight check needed?
No.
I mean, you're also connected directly to Echo, so, like, you know.
It's not much has changed. I'm waiting for Echo to speak to me. I'm not making that pressure. Echo still knows that I am perturbed by that commentary, and it's that question of connection that has got Reaver not threatening. Like, Reaver's incredibly calm. Reaver's used to the, hey, we were going to kill each other, and now we've stopped, because that's pirate code. As soon as surrender's called, or Reaver's own rage when he was arching, and just that stopping, that's no worry. So he's just leaning on them all.
Okay.
I think Ariel is also very open about how they're feeling. There's definitely that caution a little bit about this creature, but it's also the idea that this being is very similar to Echo, and Echo has a connection with them. So Ariel's putting trust in Echo, that Echo knows, has the situation handled, and is on top of the situation. Ariel's also, just by body language, just a little bit torn. His mind's somewhere else.
Okay.
And Feather, well, Celia.
Celia is, they're now just kind of puppeting these 5 zombies away from the thing they were just eating. But he's eyeballing this Abomination. His body language is, Celia or Feather really is usually fairly difficult to read. They keep quite a logical grasp of everything about them, unless, of course, they're in a comfortable position, at which point they're an open book. The most point you can get, and I'll give you, it's based on the 23, they're watching this Abomination incredibly closely, but they have a look that you've seen, that everybody's seen on them quite a few times. You can tell by the kind of feel of their aura. They're still not entirely fully clued up on the situation, so everything they're doing is just cataloguing new bits of information about this thing until they can come to an active decision. So they're just very much standing, and I won't say observing, they are inspecting. But they don't say anything, you know. Celia has always kind of stood on Echo's side whenever they're, you know, doing something, so you can go based on that if you wish. Celia has also always voiced a kind of support of those who view themselves as monsters.
With all of that information having been taken in, Echo's response is Echo actually speaks to both Marisol and Kaylin, because Echo is making a very specific point to not fully speak for Kaylin. And that is, if Kaylin wishes, then they gesture with their head to themselves in particular. Where they should be is with us.
Okay. Well, does Kaylin wish that?
Kaylin is going to look at you, Echo, and say, does Kaylin wish this? On that, as they ask you that, can you make me a history check? With advantage, because it was said within the past hour.
Maybe. I'm so glad I had advantage.
What did you get?
A 2 and a 17.
Okay, cool.
I almost fucked that one.
Before this combat started, when you were speaking to this doctor, and they explained everything that they did that made Kaylin better than you, the only improvement they made was that he said, we took away his ability to view us as less than him. The other way he worded it was, we made him little more than an intelligent animal. Kaylin can only take orders. So it's at this point you realise that he will always ask who he views as the dominant person. He will always ask them what his stance, what his place is. They, much in the same retrospect as yourself, they are a creature. They are little more than an exceptionally skilled attack dog. That's what they were made into. He is a weapon that can talk. They are a weapon that can talk, sorry. So it's at this point you realise they are always going to look for someone to give them an order.
As this realization clicks in, there is a frustration and anger that bubbles up that Reaver can feel. But it's on the simmering low side. But what is more impactful and at the forefront is the defensiveness and the competitiveness that just dissipates as they're looking at Kaylin. And they'll nod towards Kaylin.
Kaylin will then turn and look at you, Marisol, and say, Kaylin wishes this.
Very well. We are a group, of course, first and foremost. Does anyone have opposition to this?
Does anybody wish to speak out? No?
Very well. Elon should return with us then.
What is the rest of the party's reaction to this decision? I am curious. If there is no reaction, then by all means just tell me there's no reaction, but I figured I would ask. I'm fairly curious.
I'm letting others go first. That's by silence. So my reaction has not changed. I'm waiting for Echo to talk to me because it's basically like this is a lot, but I'm patient.
It's Ariel's has that like kind of like accepting, but also at the same time it's that good. Not only because this is someone who is very closely connected with Echo, but that Echo apparently has some history with. So this will be good for not only them, but for Echo.
Okay. Any other reactions? Okay.
I think even Marisol's a little surprised at what's going on, even though Marisol was the one who said, "All right, I guess you can come." Personally, did not think she would get this far.
You're doing great.
Thank you. There is a little bit more trust now that it seems like Echo has untensed kind of around them. More than anything, she trusts that Echo knows what's going on.
I may not know what's going on, but you do, and that's enough for me.
That's a thought that's questionable.
I may not have a brain, gentlemen, but I have an idea.
Idea.
If that's not the mood of this entire fucking party.
To give the as well, just drop it into the Fathoms game images. The note. What's on it?
Echo at this point is not going to drop Wild Shape, but will reduce their size in Wild Shape down to medium.
Okay.
That's it.
Is there anything that you guys would like to do while still here? Or would you guys be looking to leave this place at this point?
Looking to leave and head back to the house, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And although it does look like Reaver wants to do something.
Reaver's just silently waiting, but Reaver will point at you, Ariel, and just walk away from the body of the turtle. Basically saying, if you want, go for it. He's took what he needed
Okay.
and is just waiting.
Yeah. In that case, I'll go see if there's anything else the turtle had.
The only thing salvageable from the turtle is its maul.
That's
Anything else it had has been cut.
Cool, so I got them all. So yeah, sorry, buddy.
Yeah. All right, that was fair. It was gonna go to you anyway.
The only things, or all that Echo's going to do where they leave are eat what they can of the corpses that they saw, like, killed, so they know what happened to them. And then use their perception to take another sweep around just to be sure they've gotten every bit of information. But other than that, they're done.
Yeah, everything else that's here is just cast-away bodies that are waiting to be dealt with in this incinerator. That's it. Okay. Then if that's the case, then everybody's free to make their way back to the Glimmertide family home.
How does that go?
Yeah.
This poor man.
What do you mean, like with Kaelin?
Yeah.
Kaelin instinctively triggers some kind of camouflage when they move into the open.
Oh, okay.
Very similar in the sense of, well, Echo, you for one, you'll understand on a biological scale how it works at least. Several creatures that you can turn into have probably got this capability. It's not invisibility, it's just the way light hits them doesn't hit them. So it just moves around them, therefore making them imperceptible. They're not invisible, they're just heavily camouflaged. It's like a souped up pass without trace. They don't become invisible, they don't get a blanket pass. It's an exceptionally heightened stealth check that they'll make. If anybody wants to, they can make active perception checks to look for them.
Yes.
Okay.
Echo still wants to keep that quote-unquote eye on them.
So
Echo himself
Echo,
still being in wild shape.
Echo, it won't work with you.
Oh, perfect.
Because you have,
Echo's
you have
still in.
blind sight.
Yep.
So you don't rely on light to see, you rely on spatial awareness. So
Yep.
it doesn't matter how good your stealth check is, you can't make yourself not there.
I got a 23.
Okay. No?
Nah, not trying.
Okay.
They're welcome
that
to
go.
try on me, is my opinion.
Marisol, you can just about make out their form as you get a meets it, beats it. You can make out their form mostly by, almost like if you've seen the Predator movie when it's camouflaged, and you can make it out purely by the distortion. Yeah, you can see it like that. But yeah, none of the casuals are able to make them out. Well, I didn't want to say commoners. That sounds weird.
Filthy casuals.
I'm just not bothering.
I think Brand means the people on the street.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, I was like, alright, rude.
None of
They
the
do see.
none of the scrub lords.
School.
Scrub lords.
Echo vibing around in wild shape. Just keep it.
They obviously make, like, you know, little gasps and stuff as you all emerge from a grate.
Can I try and diffuse this? Like, come up first and be like halting the flow of traffic, and sort of like semi-directing the party and make it look like oh, what's the word?
Like a traffic stop.
Yeah, just to make it less like, oh, this is something strange. It's like, oh, this is planned.
I tell you what, make me the performance check.
I'll do that.
This makes it more strange.
Listen, I'm good at one thing. fucking obviously.
I may not know my flowers, but I sure know a bitch when I see one.
I see one. 18.
Okay, yeah, on an 18, I will say that you are able to make a show of almost if this is like a normal thing, like getting up out of it and just being like, "Can I get you all to stand back, please? We've got an important thing." It's all covered. Form J/22B9er has already been filled out. So I'm gonna need everybody to 25 feet distance, please. Let my team come up, and everybody comes up, and
it's also to be like if guards are approaching, they're coming to me first.
Yeah, guards are up to you and they're like, "What's the situation?" You're like, "Yeah, well, we got like a 2319, simply dealt with. We've got special team coming in,
Stock was found.
Narcotics, major crimes, they're on their way. We got this handle, boys. You can move along. Let the specialists deal with it. Keep to
we found a sock. It's all good.
Found a sock. It's been taken care of.
Demolition's coming in. It'll be fine.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm just processing in my head. Just for those in party, just let me help describe this. We have an Eastern Sea folk merfolk, which essentially, as you'll see, like the image, are basically a mermaid, a walking revenant ship, which are commonly viewed as dangerous in cities, a eel,
And seafood.
A half Sicilian, half deep elf in heavy armor.
Yep.
I don't know if he's showing his lich side now.
He's not channeling magic right now. So
Cool. So a winter elf that's going to be a complete anomaly to the most people here.
yeah, okay.
And then Captain Guard here, move along, cool. No, this is all good. Bringing all the attention. And I'm just like,
I picture it
Special forces had to come in.
I picture it as like that scene in The Sorcerer's Apprentice where the police officer comes up to Nicolas Cage and he turns around and they're both police officers and he just starts talking with a Boston accent. It's like, "Yeah, well, what are you gonna do? They're all here and a couple of guys lit off some fireworks. They went boom too close to a shop. Everybody's freaking out. It's all good." I just picture Ariel just doing that with the guards.
Yep. I mean, Ariel is a deep elf, so it looks like he's from here. Technically.
fair.
Technically.
Technically is from here.
Yeah.
That's not even a technical. That's not even a technical level. Ariel is from here.
Correct.
And you're able to make your way back to the Glimmertide mansion unimpeded.
I'm assuming Moradin and Malith are still out.
Moradin and Malith are not currently here. As we said, they are off doing something. As for, you guys have basically been given access to everywhere in the house except one room, which is Moradin's study when he's not there.
Kyle! Get that look off your face.
Future thoughts in my spectre head of walking through walls.
Oh, God.
We're gonna get kicked out of this place.
We don't need a rogue.
Who needs a rogue? We have a reaver.
It's very true.
Doors don't need them. Yeah, but modern for me.
Well, in fact, three
Odd
different
man
sound
watching.
effects have been used to describe Reaver going through a wall. There was a, then there was a, and then there was a wee. Personally, I'm leaning towards the latter.
Yeah, I think the latter one's canon.
Yeah.
It's just something. There's something.
Realistically, it's the Kool-Aid guy going, "Oh yeah," as I'm just going to come killing through
There's
a wall.
something oddly terrifying about Archie meant to be the bad side of Reaver, and Archie creeping out of this revenant like, wee. There's something really terrifying about that.
Here's a question. That's not really a question. When Archie comes out of Reaver, is it just T-posing into it? Like T-posing into frame?
No, it's walking.
Okay.
Like, imagine you walk out of like a wardrobe, full stride, smiling with the teeth.
It's like a.
It comes out like
It's like a model coming into scene.
It comes out like the army of the undead came off the ships in Lord of the Rings: Return of the King. Okay, so you guys are now in safe house, safe spot.
Short rest.
Forgot those existed.
Oh,
Yeah.
the fucking blink. Okay, well, while the conversations are had, I'm gonna take a breather.
Okay.
Very well.
So, taking short rests. Okay. Over the course of this short rest, Kaelin does not move from the corner of the main room. Like, easily down to like a third of his size from how much he's coiled his body up. Is there anything that you guys need to do right now before we wrap for session? Nothing. Okay. Then I'm going to have us end session there. But of course I'm going to give you an after credit scene, because why would I leave you hanging after all of that? So...
What do you mean leave us hanging? We're in a nice chill point. You want to leave us hanging.
Absolutely.
That's okay.
If you will, picture for me a spot of light in a complete ocean of darkness. This light, as you grow closer and closer towards it, can be seen as some kind of structure lit by arcane crystals around its proximity. The water here is very deep, deeper than Deep Heart, deeper than the temple where you were kept, Ariel. And from this light you can just make out the beginnings of a deep scar gouged in to the ground. A chasm, a trench. And then we move inside this structure, and in the middle of a room with a number of chairs around it. Specifically, 12 chairs. This doctor will manifest in the middle of the room, crawling, gasping for air. The Cicalia that materializes next to him immediately puts her hands on his shoulders and starts to channel some kind of healing magic into him, knitting together the mangled orbs that were left inside his face, pushing the bones back together in his jaw. And he will come to a resting position, looking down at his hands, and he will say, "We offered them everything, and they did not want to come home. And now we have lost another symbol of perfection." He's going to turn and look at this Cicalia, who looks at him with a look of almost like deep-rooted affection. And he says, "I believe our plans will have to move forward. We must contact the Queen. And he will turn and move to a strange contraption in the middle of this room. A contraption which bears the royal seal of the Queen of Cephalfor. And he just lightly caresses it with a tentacle. And the symbol glows. And that is where we shall end today's session. Thank you very much for everybody that came to see us. Thank you to my cast for absolutely owning this session. Absolutely nailing it. Not level up. Definitely not level up. Definitely not level up yet.
I mean, you sure about that?
Absolutely sure about it. But
Could I try a persuasion check?
no, you can't try a persuasion check.
okay.
But what you can do, because I believe in rewarding my party in strange ways. I am going to allow everybody to take a proficiency. This can be proficiency in a skill, proficiency in a weapon type, whatever. That's how I'm going to reward my party for their amazing efforts today. Let's be honest, folks. This party were brilliant today. They were fucking phenomenal. Yeah. So well done to my party. If you guys like what you've seen here today, please do consider going and checking out our social medias. As I said, if you go to our Twitter page at World Tree Quests, our pinned posts, you will see this lovely little application form for a game called Dragon Age Secrets. That is our upcoming Dragon Age TTRPG campaign. It is going to be awesome. It's going to run time-wise. It's going to run concurrently alongside the events of Dragon Age Origins. You're going to be going similar places, seeing similar people, but doing different things. It's going to be so good. It's going to be so freaking good. Again, to reiterate, my rule of anybody, like the rule I have is that new players are given priority. I am dropping that rule because this is a new TTRPG, therefore everybody's coming into it new. So, if you want to apply to that, go check it out. And I do believe that is everything for me. You can go and check me out at Son of Asgard if you want, but realistically I'm going to be looking away from Son of Asgard for a little while and focus on World Tree Quest's social medias. So, yeah. Moving right along, I'm going to go to my cast members. So, Kyle, is there anything that you would like to plug at all?
I'm just Kyle. Also, I do go under Gingerbread Adventures for my server that I run for Start Playing. If you want to see me in a DM seat instead of a player that just kills things and has a little bit of RP in the midst of it, you can find me at Start Playing at Just Kyle. I currently run most 5e campaigns with a lot of homebrew, a lot of extended stuff. Currently, I've posted 4 new campaigns that'll be based on the Wild Beyond the Witchlights and the Tyranny of Dragons. So if you like Tiamat, if you like Fae, both of those... Oh, excuse me. As the throat gets dry.
No dying.
We'll see. Both of those are very heavily influenced. Hey, I don't know. Everyone's got to go sometime.
No. We have a lich in our party. We'll bring you back.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Not.
That's fine. If you want to see basically me as a creative aspect, Rule of Cool always exists. And if you want to just have these wonderful chaotic moments, please do get in contact with me. If you're not looking for either of those campaigns, I do run other ones. And if you want to see something like Monster of the Week, potentially Eldritch Automata when it eventually comes out, I'm very excited to run that game. And just anything else that you want to run, please, if you want to use me, Just Kyle at Start Playing Games. You can find me there.
Yes.
I am muted. Fantastic. Thank you very much for that, Kyle. And do guys go and check that out. I can speak from personal experience. Kyle is a tremendous DM. Terrifying, but tremendous.
I give the players what they ask for, just not in the way they might always think.
You
are, in
however,
fact, a
don't
phenomenal
play him at
player.
card games because he cheats.
Whoa! Slander!
Lies and slander, my friend. Yeah, I was
Mostly
absolutely
sometimes Brand just Officer Dragonborn
Absolutely.
in one shot.
Sometimes.
It's great.
It's great. It's amazing. I love it. Moving on to it. That's right, Selkie. You just take your time. Get yourself looking pretty. I was about to turn and go. Moving on to Selkie, and you were just like,
Yep.
it's like you knew it was coming. Selkie, anything you would like to plug at all?
So much. You're getting the full spiel tonight since we actually have some time, and oh boy, it's expanded. So
Yeah.
most weeks, you can find me on Dinner and a Game on Tuesdays, playing in Emerald Sanctums, where I get to play a Macaulay pirate captain, Miran, who is very different from Echo, much more personable, much more friendly, very diplomatic, but he's about to massacre some people because they fucked with the shifters, and that's just not gonna fly. If we are not playing Emerald Sanctums, and Ren is running Crawfish to the Bitter End, I'm playing Birchael, who is an actual angel. Whether or not they act like it is up for debate, and they are in fact a vampire's familiar. If you want to know how that happened, watch the previous sessions. There's not a lot of them. There's only 2. And then also on Dinner and a Game on Wednesdays, once in a blue moon, run by Miss Liss. It doesn't have a name. It's just cult shit. I get to play Calyx. Calyx has sewer cops. Calyx is unhinged. Calyx dies repeatedly. Calyx is about to die again. It's gonna be great. Calyx also had to be convinced to wear hats. That's the whole thing. Then obviously on Thursdays, you can find me right here, still playing Echo. Ta-da! Ta-da! For now. We'll see how things go in future. You never know, you never know. Every other Friday, also on Dinner and a Game, you can find me playing Cyberpunk Red, where I play Jester, who is an unhinged rocker boy, who's probably just a cryptid status now. Very cool character design. I think one of my favorites, if not my favorite. Kind of competing there with Echo, I'll be honest, but like, might take the cake. We'll see. And then on Saturdays, the Saturday campaign that I was in is no longer a thing. However, you might be able to find me here in a bit, still on Dinner in the Game, playing in Ren's new new campaign. It's a full campaign. I'll paint the town red. Now that I have cooked up an interesting character for you. Very, very interesting. A lot of plot twists, a very big plot twist that I can't tell you anything about, but you will definitely want to tune in to watch that. And I will, like Kyle over here, I will be starting on Start Playing here in a bit. So if you want to see me in the GM seat, that's where you can find me. I do not really overlap with Kyle at all. I'll be facilitating games like Alice is Missing, weird one-shots and such of Monster of the Week. So if that's your speed, I'm here, but I'm gonna sing Kyle's praises for a second. I've gotten the pleasure of being GM'd by Kyle. Kyle is incredibly creative, cares a whole lot about story and about players, and about fun and about safety. And it is just a phenomenal time. A truly, truly phenomenal time. I cannot recommend Kyle as a GM enough. Yeah, get fucked.
If I may, I would like to hop on that. Get yourself DM'd by Kyle. It's a blast and a half.
Correct. So, done singing our friends'
heard.
praises. You will be able to see me at PAX U this year, weirdly enough, which was not originally in the plans, but here we go, we're going to PAX U. Might be doing some panels and such there, depending on how things like pan out. We will see. You also may see me in a few upcoming charity streams that I am stupid excited for. You will be able to see me in an upcoming story-driven podcast where I get to voice a few of the characters, including one of the major villains So, if you want to see me in not a quote-unquote hero spot, that is where you can do it. And if you want to hear some of my actual voice acting work, that'll be where you can do that. You can also find me now in a wonderful project called the Everbright Archive that I am in with Sphinx Akasha, Bardic Sweet Tea, Brynnersa, and our very own Madness Diamond, where I play Erebos Rabbit Phobator, who is a dream entity that you can learn more about actually on my TikTok. And then once this podcast from Kofi and such gets up and rolling, you can learn about our fellow bards as well on their TikTok. So I highly recommend checking out those story threads because it is a multiverse interwoven plot, essentially, that we will be running, where each of us are going to be running different systems for one another. So yeah, keep an eye out for that. We are getting that started here very, very soon, and we've already gotten started on TikTok, so I mean, just go take a look for that. And I think that is all.
Fantastic. A load of wonderful things coming for our wonderful Selkie. So please, guys, do go and check all that stuff out. We are going to move right along to our lovely, Tom, is there anything that you would like to plug at all?
Yes, and I apologize for the lengthy afterward. Hello everyone, I'm That One Warlock. I make the saddest character you've ever seen on the internet. You can find me across all the social medias at That One Warlock. If you enjoy seeing me play Ariel, everyone's favorite underwater twink, you can find me on Mondays playing in a game of Werewolf the Apocalypse with the lovely, ever so radiant Madness Diamond, who we miss ever so much.
Absolutely.
And I play the Therage Glasswalker, Travis. We might be on a bit of a hiatus for just a bit, as there's some life stuff happening. But it's that. I will also sing my praises of Kyle as an absolutely wonderful GM. It's my turn. Kyle is absolutely phenomenal. The stories that he tells and weaves are creative and immersive and absolutely just wonderful. Something that we can all strive to learn from. Fuck you and accept my love. On
I'm being
Tuesdays,
perceived.
on Tuesdays, you can find me on Game Raider Girl's Twitch channel, where we will be returning to Realm Walkers, where I play the Circle of the Moon Druid, Backer Jostrums, who wild shapes exclusively into dinosaurs. And Wednesdays, I will be making my return to New Rallis, where we will be jumping into Founding Steps, a New Rallis prequel, where I will be playing a Minotaur Paladin. I am so excited for this. It's going to be a blast. But yeah, so join us for a little mini campaign of shenanigans and who knows what the fuck else. And then you can find me here every Thursday playing with all these lovely, lovely people and our phenomenal DM. Bran, we love you ever so much.
Y'all are
And-
nasty.
Yeah. But for new stuff, keep an eye out on those social medias, because there could be announcements as I start making my way into the seat of voice acting, as I'm putting in a bunch of auditions coming up here soon, and you might be able to hear me do some kind of weird voices on the podcast and doing stuff. And coming here very soon, you will also be able to find me on Start Playing, where I will be. I didn't know we were all announcing this today. What the hell? Where I will be doing a bunch of 5e, learning Pathfinder, and just a bunch of one-page TTRPGs that look fun. So keep an eye out on that. I'm still very new to this, but I'm excited to jump into this seat. And I believe that is it. Bran, take us away. Oh wait, no.
I was about to say, we still got Danny.
Okay, I stepped away to go to the bathroom. I apologize.
Dan,
will say-
moving right along. Danny, is there anything that you would like to plug?
Yes,
Don't
of
you
course.
pay any
Also, sorry
mind to
for.
Tom. Alright, you plug your shit.
You're wonderful, Daddy. I love you. I didn't.
I
It's
love
alright,
you
it's
too.
a joke.
It's fine.
It's a wee
It's
mistake, don't worry.
fine.
Danny, is there anything you would like to plug at all?
Hi, I'm Denver. I don't have a start playing page, but apparently I should get one. You can find me on TikTok and Instagram at Lawless Aries Cosplay, where I post cosplay content that I create when I actually find the time to. You can also find me on Etsy and Instagram at Magpie Finds Jewelry. I'm doing a lot of interesting stuff with beads and polymer clay, and you can also see that stuff in person at Cape Comic Con in Delaware, which I will be at September 14th. You can come see me there, most likely in cosplay, selling my wares. Other than that, I believe that's where you can see me. As of right now. I apologize for the chaos that was going on behind me. We had to put the birds back in the cage, and the birds didn't want to go back in the cage, and then my boyfriend came around the corner holding a parakeet like an ice cream cone, and I lost it. But I will also say, Kyle is a fantastic DM. I'm sorry, be perceived, bitch. You
Aggressive positivity here at World Tree Quests.
very aggressive. I'm trying to think of the best way to put it. He sort of runs the line between feeling like you're in a fantasy world beyond your comprehension and feeling like there's so much you can investigate and explore in a very meaningful and understandable way so incredibly well. And I really appreciate that at a table. So definitely go check out Kyle and check out everyone at Start Playing and apply for Brand's game.
Yeah, apply for Brand's game. Go play the Dragon Age.
Apply for everyone's games.
Just, do shit.
Support-
Okay?
Support content creation.
Support content creation.
Please, capitalism is hell.
Capitalism
Fact.
sucks.
Capitalism is a bitch.
If that's everything from my players, then that's everything from me. And then that's everything from us. So, thanks for coming to see us, guys. I've been your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest here on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. And with me today, we've had my lovely cast. We've had Just Kyle, we have had Selkie Cole, we've had That One Warlock, and we've had Lawless Aries Cosplay from all of us here. Oh,
I was just gonna say, before we leave, they're not here, but go follow Madness Diamond on all the social medias. They're absolutely wonderful. And they
Yes.
have multiple projects coming up, and they're absolutely lovely. Go follow them. Go follow
absolutely.
them.
Correct.
Do not forget our
follow them.
lovely Magnus Diamond. From all of us here at World Tree Quests, good night, stay safe. Sometimes the monster under the bed can be a pretty cool friend. Also, don't pull a finny. Good night, folks. Good night. I love how we now have a pet abomination. It's cool. I love him.